Okay, we're back. All right, let's give it a minute. Quit refreshing their website like an asshole. Like a real jerk. All right, Chew Dog. Guys, our stock broke the buck, but also we haven't made an IPO yet. Refresh, everyone. I don't think everyone needs to refresh. +2. I'm refreshed enough already. Yeah, should I next time should I like instead of actually hitting the stop stream button and then hitting start streaming again, I'm gonna yank out my Ethernet cable. And then guys, I think maybe this website's like broken or something. Okay, the notification for that bot just went through, so. Is that not a real button? You're not a real button. You don't do anything. Oh, probably because I haven't done anything that's savable yet. Okay. That's okay. I keep trying to this is me like testing this website if it's legit. You can tell I've been around on the internet for a minute. I'm like, hey, is that button not real? Give me a reason. Back. StreamerBot doesn't have a Linux exe. Yeah. Don't worry, this isn't StreamerBot. This is its own thing. I'm gonna disable the bot and then re-enable it. All right, we'll give it a second. I'm gonna put this LGR video back on. Not LGR, CRD. Similar channel. And I will be right back. I need to bring the grocery in. With my owie hip. I'll be right back.
Drives. So you've got a little clamp to hold the cable in place and everything. You screw this to the top of your camera or to your rig and just slide the drive in and away you go. So this works well? No, of course not. It sucks so much ass. You've got a cable hanging out of your device that can get snagged. The clamp covers up controls on top of the camera. I've had the plug fall out during shooting. This basically doesn't meet anyone's standards, and you're still gonna do it because the difference in price is so vast that you'd be willing to kiss a cactus to save this much money. I don't really know what happens if Samsung stops making these, other than probably the price on the used market skyrockets as people try to get more media to put in all the clamps they've bought. Samsung actually followed up the T5 a couple years later with the T7, which upgrades to NVMe internally, USB 3.2 externally, and can deliver over a gigabyte per second of read and nearly as much write. Otherwise, they're identical, so they'll fit in the same brackets, and while there were apparently teething problems that required a firmware update from Blackmagic, you can now use these with the Pocket Cinemas as well. Hi, it's me again. After I shot this video, I bought a Samsung T7, and once it arrived, I found out that it doesn't fit most of the existing clamps because it's 2022, so they had to make it thinner. This doesn't really help in any way. The dimensions are nearly the same. It's the same width,
and a little bit longer, which seems, again, totally unnecessary. Why they felt the need to make an already tiny drive even smaller when most likely the actual components inside are exactly the same size in both of them, and knowing, as they certainly do, how these are being used by pros who actually need them to stay the same dimensions versus the public who couldn't care less what size they are. They're just going to throw them in a bag, is just beyond me. It mostly feels like spite. I think they did it to be mean. Now, all the other benefits still remain. It's still fast as hell, but this is still a tremendously rude, completely unnecessary decision. So welcome to the future, where problems are guaranteed to never remain solved, no matter how much they look that way. Anyway, we now return you to Neon Genesis Evangelion.
So this more or less solves the problem on the storage front. This is what you're going to write your video to. But once you've shot all your video, what do you do once you get it back to the editing bay?
That's this, by the way. This is the editing bay.
The old workflow with my SD cards and 25 megabit clips was to copy it all over to my hard drive. And that's just good sense. You don't want to edit off your originals. What if you press delete on the wrong file or lightning strikes? You could lose everything. So you copy everything to your hard drive, then you pull the card out and stick it somewhere safe. But how do you do that with 2 terabytes of footage? If I shoot for 4 hours, which is not uncommon, I'm going to fill up one of these drives. And if I want to copy that off to my PC, I'm going to need an entire 2 terabyte SSD that's completely empty at all times. I can't use it for anything else. It would just have to sit there completely useless year-round, except when I'm working on a video. And what's so wrong with that? Well, simply put, I don't have that kind of discipline. If I'm doing something on my PC and I need some disk space and I can't find it anywhere else, I'm not going to be sensible. I'm going to dump that data on my editing SSD and tell myself I'll clean it up later. And I won't do that. And when I need to unload one of these, I will not have the room to do it. This would totally trash my workflow, and besides, it wouldn't be one SSD because I sometimes fill up multiple. I actually own 3 of these T5s, tape A, tape B, tape C's in the camera right now. Usually I fill up at least one of them per shoot, and then about a quarter of another one for B-roll. But on really complex videos like the one I did about the X300 multi-user PC, I've even filled up all 3. That's 6 terabytes of video. And that would require me to have $600 of SSDs sitting in my PC year-round that I can't use for any other purpose. I hate that. You can probably see why I convert all my files to H.265 for archiving. I can't possibly store them long-term at these sizes. A single video shoot would basically consume 1/2 to an entire hard drive forever. So H.265 is necessary for archival, but editing it is completely untenable.
Yep.
So I can't just convert everything to that format when I get home because the codec just isn't designed for that purpose. If you load that into your video editor, every time you drag the playhead around, it's going to freeze for like 10 to 30 seconds. And it gets worse if you're stacking up multiple clips. It just doesn't work. Even worse than that, recompressing that footage happens less than twice real time, only about 100 frames per second at best. So it takes hours.
I deal with this kind of stuff a lot, so this is always fascinating to me. Fascinating, I mean, I take mental notes that, yeah, I don't know if this bot works. I convert the odd film, but I've never done editing. Yeah, what he's talking about by, like doing backups before you do editing, and then you do the editing, and then you have to have that on a... That's what I deal with a lot, or have been dealing with a lot. Yeah, what's our final decision on this site here? I don't think it's... Maybe I need to give it more time in between a broadcast. It's a -2. Yeah, that's a good one. I give you a +2 for that one. LibreWolf, always store cookies and data for this site. Yes. Does that not on before? I didn't know LibreWolf had that. TY. You're welcome. Man, I would like this to work. +2 economy Reddit. Northern Lion expired website. Yeah, no, that's a German thing, but thanks. It's a German stir thing, but thanks. Oh, it's a Northern Lion fan website. No wonder it doesn't work. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. +2, +2, +2. +2. Eat, skate, masturbate. Woo! Okay, apparently, what the fuck? So it's like the name of an airlines thing. Oh god, they think I'm looking up United Airlines bullshit. No, dude, I'm not flying. Not right now. They have this like nice website, this nice icon, and then it doesn't work? Really? Sad, dude. Did really only 2 people use it? That's weird. I'm gonna disconnect it from my Twitch now. So. Alternative 2 +2 economy. I'm not gonna find anything. I've been on the internet before. I know it's not gonna work.
-2.
Yeah, for real. Should I email the person and be like, hey? What happened to the Germa debt? We repoed his Twitch account. That's why he's retiring. That's funny. I don't know. Maybe we keep it logged in and we just see. Maybe we just see. Maybe if I like change the stream title. Change it to Good Morning Vietnam. How much of my Twitch info do you think it's stealing right now? How many bits do you think it's coining right now? How much do you think it's minting from my GPU? How many? Let's see.
One flat.
I'm like, wake up! Wake up! Arise! Arise, bot! Arise, bot! Arise! Arise, bot! Arise! I gotta tip this delivery person. Hold on. Gotta do that tip. Tip, tip, tip. Top 5. High 5. More dead than alive. High 5. Woody. Woody. What am I doing? I'm sitting here trying to do wishful thinking and use ideology until this thing works, but it's not working. It's not wanting to take my political command. You feel me? I gotta close some of these tabs. Streaming tools, extensions. Add a Twitter feed to your stream. No. No thanks. Schedule from videos. We just don't know. The punt. The punt. Gun money. Emergency money. Minted in base metal. Designed to be redeemed for silver coins following a victory. By James II. Consequently bore the date and months to allow a gradual replacement. As James lost the war, that replacement never took place. Although the coins were allowed to circulate at much reduced values before the copper coinage was resumed. Interesting. Not guild. Necessity or emergency money. Interesting. Japanese invasion money. Really? Oh, he's gonna fuck that up.
Jacobite coin that does and
hey, he actually
door.
He actually kind of did it before he started talking about the door and the star. Monnaie de nécessité. Yeah. Sutler script during the Depression and during the cents shortage. And then they just have the year. Oh, it was in 1974. Encased postage stamp. Holy shit. That's interesting. The government reacted first to this problem by passing a law that allowed postage stamps to be used to pay off debts to the government as long as they were under $5. Stamps were accepted as having value because they were evidence of having paid for postage, right? This remedial law was only a temporary solution due to the fragile nature of a thin paper postage stamp. Interesting. I had no idea. Look at that. How's that? A 1 cent coin. Advertising cancer, a cancerous substance that has a US 1 cent coin with an ad on the back that has Benjamin Franklin on the front.
How you like that? That's weird. Learned something today.
So I took a look at the money, y'all. Not this money, the big money. Sarsaparilla kills you? Yes, it's a carcinogen. It gives you cancer. Root beer, at least here in the U.S., I believe, they have to use a artificial something that tastes like sarsaparilla, because you can't use actual. As far as I'm aware, you can't use actual sarsaparilla root. Because, yeah, they found that out in like the 60s or 70s.
Yummy, yummy cancer juice.
Yeah. Truly the microplastics of their day. Encased postage stamps created by Galt, kept in mint condition, can sell upwards of $4,000. Yeah.
Dr. Peepo is so misunderstood.
So true. Okay. See you later, Josh. I'll catch you later. Thank you for coming out. Catch you soon. But yeah, I checked the big money. It hasn't went up or down, which tells me that the money man also said, fuck this economy, and has just taken the portfolio out. So I think we're good. I don't know about the options trades, but that's on me. All right. It's on me. Do you think it's one of those websites that doesn't actually work until you try it in Chrome? Think it's one of those things? What if I disconnect it from my Twitch and then reconnect it? How do I see this? Stream tools? No.
I am .NET-Torum, and I have a very big brain I use for an Nkami, and now me and Elon are Richard M. Smart.
I'm smart. I'll just have this picture up. Hold on. Extensions? My extensions. No. Live stream your chess games like never before. Okay, how the fuck do I see dashboard? Oh my god, they added a search? Hold on. Third extensions. Enable third party. Bro, where is it? Stream. It's not in stream. Channel. It's not in channel. Moderation. It's not moderation. Streamer survey. It's not streamer survey. Affiliate. I'm not an affiliate. Streaming tools. It's not here. Extensions. It's not here. Account settings. Account settings. Connections. I see it. +2 economy. Disconnect. Alright, let's try
He said to
reconnecting.
me, "Why don't you live stream your chess games?" I don't stream or play chess, but why don't I live stream my chess games? So folks, I'm gonna live stream my chess game and I'm gonna win. Some
True.
of the best chess streams. Very good chess.
Very good. Alright, I'm reauthorizing it. I guess I'll just leave it for a bit. They said to me, "Why don't you stream your chess?" And I said, "Why don't I?" I thought what I would do is pretend I was one of those blind, deaf, dumb chess players. Also, my sorry, I was logging into chess.com. My username on chess.com is Fur Affinity. It was available. Let's puzzle. No. Yes, some of the greatest chess games. What do they really expect me to do here? Right. Yeah. That makes sense. It's all making sense now. Very good. Very good. Very good.
I'd go to Eckstein's Island and I'd pretend to be one of those deaf, dumb, blind chess streamers. They can't arrest you, for you know what if you're a deaf, dumb, blind chess streamer. So I'd go to Eckstein's Island and commit crimes. Some wonderful crimes.
So we did puzzle. I know there's other puzzle. Let's play bot. Oh, this guy's Bulgarian. Shit, dude. Dude, let's play his dog? Ayo. Ayo, dog? Ayo? Why does he kind of look like that one, like, fucked up looking Scrappy Doo? Guys, I gotta stop doing these Google image searches. I swear it's gonna pull up porn. But man, isn't it just like exhilarating though? Controversial Scooby-Doo.
You can't steal a dot from America to Bulgaria. Many such cases. We're going to have to do something about Bulgaria.
No, don't do anything about Bulgaria. You leave them alone. Alright, I got friends in Bulgaria. These are some good faces. Yeah. Oh! Sorry! Oh! What's wrong? What's wrong with her? Man, I didn't expect that. What the fuck? Dude, she looks like Joe Swanson. I hate this picture. Oh, that's good. That's a good scoop. Dude, chat, I'm spacing the fuck out right now. Look at this. When you note it, but she's still soaking. I'm not finding the meme that I'm looking for. You know what I mean? It's like he's like a smooth, Scrappy Doo. He's like smooth looking. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Dude, why did they make him look like this? Why is he like hot now? You sound like a crazy person. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. Smooth Scrappy Doo meme. Scrappy Doo meme. Who is this? Where they go like, who is this guy? I used to like this character, but not anymore. Can't believe there's no Scooby or Shaggy voice. Wait, really? Damn. Like, what the fuck is this? Bruh. Bro, why? Bruh. Bro, what? Huh? Okay. The irresistible Scrappy Doo meme t-shirt is captivating combination of humor, nostalgia, paying homage to one of the most iconic animated characters and a viral internet sensation. I nod to the popular Scrappy-Doo lobster meme that has swept across the internet. Yeah? I think you're lying. I don't think I've ever seen this before in my life, man. I like this art they did for this. I don't like this type of journalism, but I think it's just like capitalist BS, basically. Just kind of bourgeois frou-frou bullshit. But, it's neat. Okay. Guys, I guess the thing I guess it doesn't exist and I am crazy.
Scooby-Dooby-Doo, will or you, we got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, will you, we need some help from you now. Come on, Scooby-Doo, I see you pretending you got a sliver. You are not fooling me, cause I can see the way you shake and shiver. So will or you, we need some help on it, tell it.
Who is this meme dog? Yeah! When you have your calming spread from Reggie, so you're just a chill... What? God, fucking... internet. Guys, I remember when advertisers and people who wanted to make money wouldn't touch the internet with like a fucking 10-foot pole. And it was great. And then someone had to go make a YouTube poop about a toothpaste bunny, and it all brought it all fucking crashing down. Before you know it, I had Will Smith on there doing YouTube rewind time. And it was all over. They shot the fucking gorilla. It was all over.
Meme dog, meme dog, meme dog, meme dog, meme dog, meme dog.
Meme dog. Who is this meme dog? When she's yelling at you for being too nonchalant and not caring, but really, I'm just a chill guy. I once cared too much. That it resonates with me a lot. It resonates with me a lot. I too am dead inside. Is that what it's called? I like this guy. Is that the boss baby? Underneath? Man, that is a fine poster.
It is I.
Dude, this is dope. I like this. I'm gonna... This is pretty good. I got a soft spot for Redbubble, like BS. Show more old men. When was I looking at old men? Genuine question. Oh, like this guy? Yeah. Dude! More old men Redbubble? Yeah. Yeah, let's get some posters of shirtless old men. Oh, dude. Yeah, let's just get a big list of Redbubble shit. And I buy it, and I just have it in the background on stream. And further push this company into the red. Hey, but if I keep up these early morning streams where I just stream bullshit, while horrible for my overall productivity, you know. Do not. Buy them, scan them in, and stick them in Tim Scooper's house. Ooh. Yeah. Caterpillar smoking a cigarette. That's good. Guy Fieri with wolf meme poster. Gotta have that. Arabic strawberry elephant. Duh. I already added the Kermit. He is fantastic. Really good stuff on their account. Dinner was so good. Oh yeah. Made some magic sauce. Oh yeah. I remember your magic sauce. Love that magic sauce. This is you right now. Yo, they're non-binary, also like me. Sweet. The goddamn oh my god. These are all really good. Oh, you're a leftist? Name everyone who left you. Ikaka. Diced garlic, mayo, ketchup, and soy on it. Mmm, that sounds so good. Malsina. Yeah. Songsina. Songsina. See, your body's 90% water. Daddy's thirsty. Fucking hell, Dr. Phil. God is always watching. Garlic bread lady, I wanna die. Old man. Shirtless old men with beans. What? What's it say? Hold on. What? Who wants to suck an old man's dick? I love medical malpractice. Wait, hold on. Where'd you see that? Wait, what? I love medical malpractice. Oh my god, it's House? It's House MD. Hey, yo. Yep. Yep. Even better, dude. Dude, Robot Wilson? Beep boop, I love you, Dr. House. Never underestimate an old man with a lathe. I love how none of these are original works. Yeah, you're hard to find that. This isn't how you spell premises, right? Is it? Yeah, that's not how you do that. It is now. No, it ain't. Prim Isis. Norman Rockwell's freedom of speech. No, don't look up cocky went boing boing. That won't be good. Don't look that up.
So I joined premises. You know, on account of how prim and proper I am.
You
A
know.
dapper little boy.
Dapper little boy. Old man Beans. Bean Man.
Baked beans destroyed my marriage. That's, you know how that's genius? You know why this is genius? It's because this is one of the only subtle fart jokes I've ever seen. Fart jokes usually way over the top. You can't make them subtle. Baked beans destroyed my marriage. Too subtle for me. He farted too much. Can of beans sticker. This one's original. And honestly, it's the best thing we've fucking seen all day. By Jump to Illusion. Let's check out this person's stuff. It's pretty good. Yeah, they do some pretty wild shit. It's like Five Nights at Freddy's stuff, but I played this game. Like, this is some promising work. That's really cool. Better than I could do. I don't know about the experimental lettering, but I like the beans. Shirtless old men. It's just one shirtless old man. Backed out of that one real quick. Potato. Okay, what was I doing? Holy shit. Bruh. I'd play this game. Dude, the number one. Strange. Dude, the Call of Duty hit markers on the little guy. Don't kill him. He doesn't deserve it. Alright, I gotta check my email. Ugh. We're turning this back on to work. Co-working and studying stream. Why do they call this guy Beanos? He's the number one from like a show. I gotta close Redbubble now. I don't think my brain can like handle this right now. So we looked at the punt. We did. We got out of the market. We got the grocery delivery. We haven't really looked at any stream border templates. This isn't really to do. We did look at these. Sort of. Actually, I could look for some more. Supercharge your game stream. Supercharge your shame stream. But maybe I don't need a border. I don't know. They just look nice, you know. I'd like to have the option. Oh, we could have AI. We could have AI Chew. You guys want an AI version of me? Yeah, right. Get real. Yeah, right. Get real. Guys, I don't want your dumb AI shit. The subtle package. Connection animated package. Dude, cooking. Pride. Gapride. Nexus. That's kind of cool. It's kind of like a UI, but it's kind of really over the top. It's kind of really annoying, too. Is this circle thing in the game? Y'all got to have more screenshots. Yeah, it's a little much, man. It's really, really big. Takes up a lot of screen real estate. You know, I bet you could find some stuff like on DeviantArt for this. We could go on DeviantArt on stream. I'm gonna switch the music out. I don't know what with though. The crust package. Get dirty with crust. I thought that said get dirty with chat. It's like I don't want to get dirty with chat. Maybe sometimes. I'm studying / working so hard right now. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay on that front. Create branded UGC videos for TikTok. What the fuck is a UGC video? Oh, this is where you like pretend. I've done no work in 3 hours. Unless you're creative. Yeah, you just pretend you use something and act like it's good. Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing that. My stream is the Twitch equivalent of Tegrity Farms, right? We're all about the Tegrity. I wish someone was paying me for this level of slacking off. I'm not getting paid. I mean, a little bit. Sometime. Shapes. It's not about the money. It's not about the money. It's not about the money. Yeah, all these are like way too over the top. Too big. Yeah, they're stream element things. Mostly I wanted to just like see some of the different like oftentimes I might not be looking for a specific thing. I'm looking for terminology. Is what I've realized is I'm looking for certain words to represent something, and then I can look it up somewhere else and then find it, right? So like stream overlays. Because like just because one says could browse shared or toy and see what they have. All right. Yeah, I'm always looking for more recommendations because yeah. Ooh. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Oh, you can do anything with this one. Okay. I think Dark Reader is maybe having a little bit of fun with this one. Hold on. Not their fault. Oh wow, it's active. Overlay. This looks cool. This will make your GPU have a nice time. Well, it's in LibreWolf, so it might not make my computer do anything, actually. Hold on. I think it's LibreWolfing it out of existence. Indeed. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, yeah. It's blocking the shit out of it. Okay. That sucks. Cool, it's just strict, you can't change it. Manage exceptions. Oh. It's the ones I already have added. Interesting. All right, it's time for Chromium. Let me download on Google Chromium again. Or we could do another Firefox profile. Looks like LibreWolf disables WebGL by default. Okay. Config. Aha. There we go. Thank you. See, I know computer. Yo, that's Purdy. Ta-da. Yo, shout outs to them not putting out a big loud square wave. Evening sketch. God. I wish I was this smart. How the fuck do you even get started with something like that? It's so crazy. Also, good use of Lobster 1.4. Same. Fuck. I guess when I said overlay, I meant more like one of these templates sort of thing where you have. Okay, so take this with a grain of salt, But you see what they're doing here, where there's like a nice chat space, and then there's, or I assume that's chat, something like this. This is like really over the fucking top. Been making a spinning wheel thing in a single shader. It's hard to brain. Yeah, I bet. I don't even know where you would get started on that. Other than looking at other code and trying your best. But something sort of like this. Like I said, really egregious. Like this is a bit much. But all this other shit right here, like I feel like I could modify this one to look nice. But if I could find something a little closer, you know. But this is still really cool. Whatever this is, even if nothing on here is relevant to what I'm looking for, this is still really fucking cool. Like, kind of want to check this out. Yeah, not productive. Not very productive. But I see what you mean by like overlay though, like for VHS stuff. That's cool. Printf debugging for shaders. Click on the pixel you want to debug. Yo. That's cool. Yeah, he's like, I want this to be something people use. If you use this, please complain to me about any pain points. By Foodini. Wait, what? Huh. Hold on. Bop. Wait, what? Yo. I changed the text input to my microphone? Google Pixel Border. Then just run that down the right half of your stream. Pixel Border. Yo, yeah, you right. I remember these. Hey, yo. What you doing over here on itch.io? You might be onto something with this. This is good. See, this is kind of like, this is the weird part about doing like a creative, I guess, self business thing going on here, is like, yeah, I guess I am being productive because I'm researching the thing that I need, and it just takes time. I don't know what I like. I can't just make things happen. I do have to research and plan. And a lot of my time is spent just downloading assets like this and keeping track of their credits and just being like, well, now I have that and I know I have that, and I might have a couple of things in mind to use, or I'm like, I know this will be useful in the future. Like, this is cute. I don't think I'm going to be making an RPG, but it could be useful for something. I try not to go over the top with like data hoarding though. But these are like sprite sheets though, and I don't have easy to use with a 9 slice mode. Okay, yeah, these are sprites, so nothing against sprites, but if I can avoid working with actual sprite stuff, that is preferable. 9 slice, that's the word? Word, yeah. Like, I know a little bit about sprites and stuff. It's like, with sprite stuff, I would wait until I'm working in an engine that works with sprites versus just like having that in OBS. Bwamp. Hold on. Bwamp. 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 I'm having fun. And then obviously you could like embed one of these, right? Just like right into OBS. Yep. Yep. Totally. Totally can. Perfect. And what we're seeing as a black background is probably like you could probably it's either an alpha channel or if not, you could turn it into one pretty easily. This reminds me of like a console loading screen. This reminds me of like Xbox. Absolutely beautiful, humbling. Man, that's crazy. I'd be surprised if Shader Toy can't do alpha channel output. Oh yeah, I'm sure it can. I'm sure it can. Let's just look up Twitch. It's gonna be things twitching. Desert bus. Yo. Joel. And also simple flips. Faster. Faster. Fuck up the trigonometry. Oh, this is the camera. This is probably how you learn, huh? It's just have it's not really a REPL, but it's damn near close. Maybe there is like a REPL mode, but that's how you get it to crash probably really quick. Tricking you into shading. It's cool. It's I remember I downloaded something from Itch actually. It's another thing on itch.io. The Godot Book of Shaders, which seemed like a really cool resource that you probably already know about it. But live loading, editing, and saving of Godot shaders in a single interface. Oh wow, yeah, it loads. I do not really. Okay. Yeah, so it's got a little mini editor with the mini map. And it is all in Go, but let's see, 3D. These look like Lygia shaders. Lygia? I'm not sure. This does not. Switch shader. See, it is a book, so it's different chapters, I think. So like chapter 2, Hello World, and then there's like documentation to go along with this part on the GitHub, I think. And then they go through space. Like as a free library of free shader functions do common things. Weird. Then they have time related stuff. So how to do like vectors of time values from like a sine wave, and by taking its like absolute value, it looks like. And I like this. It's pretty. It's kind of lispy, a little bit, just because they have the nesting. But you still put it in the bracket, so I'm like, fuck you. Okay, let's interpret it. Yeah, and then I read metaballs, stipling, and tissue as tripping balls. I've read all those at once. Metaballs. Yeah. Like, pause -1. Maybe that'd do something. Reset. I don't know, but it works. Source code is there. Tripping metaballs. They have a dark theme for it, so you can make it all vintage. Make it dark. Works on Linux, of course, because it's Go. Yeah, it's really good. Book of Shaders. And, you know, it's one of those things like maybe I don't know if you'd get anything out of it. I don't know what your level is, but, you know, if anyone's tuning in and is interested. Okay, I'm like really heavily hyper focusing on getting this bus to crash when it doesn't matter. Let's see. Just do like 3D text. You got any 3D text? Damn, that ass though. Baghdad. Whoa. Hot. Here, let's just look at let's look at browse. Let's look at oh, these are cool. Oh, that's crazy. I thought the dude's name was Toilet Mat. Toilet Mat, Toilet Mat. Microphone. Microphone sphere. Fractal audio. But yeah, let's look at itch. OBS. These are games. Tools. Is it tools? Oh, an AI generated OBS studio user manual. Yeah, thanks. No one wants that. Obscure instructions. What is this? What is this? Run artware. Huh? The simplest direction. Invent a scent. Huh? Oh, I know what this is. This is like some Brian Eno stuff, right? What did they call it? What did they call that technique? Excuse me. Oblique strategies. Right. Design and use. Ask your body. Try faking it. Are there sections? Consider transitions. What to increase? What to reduce? Each card contains a gnomic suggestion. Try faking it. What to increase, what to reduce. These are actually incredibly helpful. They're like It seems like some hippie bullshit, but it's like super helpful. Hey, gnome.
I am a gnomic suggestion.
Damn right you are. Don't you ever forget it. Don't you ever forget it. Slime attack for OBS. A quick opener for object files. That's actually really helpful. I don't work with object files, but it's pretty good. A crypto live stream widget. Thanks. There's like 18 billion of those, and I don't want it. Ever. A virtual display driver for Windows 10 and 11. That's really good. A to-do list. So this is similar to something I was looking for to have on stream. Except the problem with it is this looks like shit. No offense to the author. It looks bad. I don't know what it is. Windows can load object files these days? Oh, okay. That's cool. Oh, that must be what the 3D fucking gallery thing is for, huh? Right. Right. Yeah, I remember that popping up in Windows 10. Ooh, what's this? This looks cool. Connection drop is a Unity app. What? That allow you to know when you lose your connection. It displays the state of the connection every second and store the information of the connection drop on your device. This application has been created because I want to help my mom to track when the routers are down or the internet provider is, well, not providing. Second reason is I need it because when I'm teaching, I want to know when the connection drops immediately. Yeah, for sure. Hey, this is nice, and it's even on Android. There's an APK for it too. Hey, that's cool. I don't really need it, but you know, there could be a situation where I do. Thank you, comrade. Yeah, thank you, comrade, for this. God, this site's so cool. I gotta avoid it for now. It's too cool. Screen console. OBS HUD. OBS is the HUD. I don't know why people make things like this. There's plenty of things on OBS that tell you what's going on. Trust me. I have to turn some of them off. There's a lot. OBS, Twitch. Twitch integrated throwing system. Yeah, I have some friends that have that. Yeah, tits. High intensity color changer. The Twitch high intensity color changer, also known as thick. So there's tits and thick. Right. Okay. Thank you. Stream buddies. For little stuff like this, I always just go to Sam. And I'm like, hey, Sam, how do you do this? Twitch marathon timer, basic Twitch stick figure game. Put your Twitch chat output on your main screen. But they have that in OBS. Allow viewers to buy dead pixels to cover your screen. Hell no. Hell no. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. That's funny. Beepa box. Yeah, they seem to be consistently calling these things Twitch overlays. Logo for Twitch channel. Thank you. Thank you. Stream overlay. Keyboard overlay. Hey, that could be cool. It looks really nice too. I kind of like that. We'll pin that one. Countdown. What's this one like? Woo! Okay. That probably works and just doesn't work on my browser. Crab Rave overlay. That's essential. Stream dummy, stream creature. Stream kit desktop. Get your assets for your streams free. This looks like something I would get in Stream Simulator 2 for my character. This doesn't look real. What is this? Droid Cam, Bong Gobs, OBS WebSocket, pack with 17. Why the fuck would you make this? What a waste of everyone's. It's got to be useful for somebody. But jeez. Set a countdown to start your streaming. Scrimming. Sock, the Stream of Consciousness kit. Yeah, I need this. I don't know what it is. I have no idea. We're downloading it. A to-do app for people who struggle with executive functioning. I struggle with executive functioning. I would like to see this. But I got distracted. Hold on. Oh, it's a gamifying one. Fuck off. No, I can't do it. That sucks. That just gets in my way. Which just makes it even worse. That's just me, though. That's just me. Fluid Compose, a collage making tool. Sure. Image fucker. Sure. Rock generator. Yeah. Glore for making 3-room text adventures. Son of a bit. Really? 3 rooms. That's a lot, man. I don't know. Who would need something so complex? EXE soup. Run a random EXE. Put anything you want in the apps folder under the data folder and it will run a random EXE. I gotta take a shit. Instant icons in your color scheme. Interesting. What the fuck is this? Huh. Well, I'm gonna put one of these videos back on because I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom, so I will be right back.
Even with the assistance of an RTX 3070 doing the encoding. But all of this is getting way ahead of ourselves because just copying the contents of one SSD to my PC alone will take an hour. And that's not really workable because when I get home from a shoot, I want to start editing right away. I'm never going to have the discipline to wait that long, and it'll be even longer if I filled up multiple drives. And there are more angles to this. most of which are just based on my idiosyncrasies. But you know, I'm the person who has to put up with me. I got to do what I need. I'm my manager. So this is a tough nut to crack for me. And in general, we're talking about a ton of data that needs to be read at a speed that is actually kind of challenging to consumer hardware. So this whole thing is hard to deal with. So how have I solved this up until now? Well, you know the answer to that already. I didn't. My process since I got this camera has been as follows. When I get home, I plug the SSDs into my PC with USB cables and just dangle them over the side of the case, pretty much just like this, and then start editing directly off the drives themselves. I actually improved the situation only a couple months ago. I picked up this Kingston dock. I put a non-affiliate link in the description since they're kind of hard to look up if you don't know the model. It's not intended for this purpose at all. You're actually supposed to buy these weird little modules with like a USB port or a single card reader and put them into these bays to sort of build your own custom memory card reader thing. It's actually really silly as a product. I don't know who it's for, but somebody noticed that it fits these T5 drives really, really poorly. I mean, it's an awful fit. If you wiggle them, they're pretty damn loose. So if you aren't careful, this is probably a great way to destroy the plugs on your drives, but it's a damn sight better than just hanging them over the side of your case or having them on a desktop just sort of laying there, which was what I was doing before. So now I can bring these home and just plug them in here and they're up on a shelf where they're safe. It's better than nothing, but it's still pretty pathetic, and I'm still editing directly off the drives. Sometimes when I was editing off the drives plugged into the cables, one would actually come unplugged, which would crash DaVinci Resolve with unsaved changes, and I'd have to plug the drive back in and redo all my work. That's how bad this was, okay? And of course, at any time, I could have gotten a virus, pressed delete in the wrong folder, or had one of these fail, and I would have just lost a whole shoot forever. In fact, this sort of happened a few weeks ago. I alluded to it in my last video, but I have an SSD in my desktop PC that I use for Scratch. That is, it's where I keep files that I need for current projects, but which aren't the primary footage for them. Things like ad clips, old videos that I'm referencing, static images, things like that. And it's also where I render out finished videos before I upload them. It's just sort of working space. Everything's in one place. Well, in the middle of working on a video about a month ago, my PC started freezing, and I investigated and found I was getting errors from my hard drive controller, which pointed to the Scratch drive. I proceeded to back up the whole thing and got a handful of CRC errors, which told me the flash chips had in fact failed. This was hilariously the second time this had happened this year. My previous Scratch drive failed 6 months ago. I had to RMA it with Samsung. The one that just died is the replacement they sent me. It didn't even make it half a year. When the first one died, I lost a couple finished renders that I can't easily recreate. And the second time I lost one. I'll probably never get those back. I could re-render them, but I'm probably not going to. So that sucks. But this is really all my fault, and it's just because I'm a dumb baby doofus who didn't bother backing anything up. It's not that I didn't have a system for it. I actually put quite a lot of effort into one. Several years ago, I built a NAS, or Network Attached Storage, basically just a big file server built around a machine with a bunch of hard drives in it. Very similar to the one I have here, in fact. I actually suspect that my home NAS was built to compete with this one. It's also a 2U rack chassis, but instead of a Dell, it's a less well-known brand, Quanta. In retrospect, I wish I'd gotten a Dell for that machine, but I digress. I set this up originally for the same reason everyone does, theft. So my girlfriend and I could centralize our collections of very legally acquired console games and tokusatsu television shows, just like everyone who has a home NAS. Plex is the only thing anyone ever does with a server at home. We just steal shit. I also had plans to do many other things with virtual machines and servers and whatnot, none of which panned out. So it's just a NAS. Now, the most important thing for network attached storage is that it have lots of storage, and you can see from the picture that there are 12 yellow buttons on the front of that machine. Those are all hot swappable drive bays, much like this guy has. Each one of these slots up here can take a hard drive or an SSD. Now, I stuffed my home NAS full of multi-terabyte hard drives to store all of our crap, but I also included a pair of drives for backing up all of my work stuff, my finished videos and whatnot. And I had been doing a pretty good job of using that backup until I just wasn't anymore. At the time that my last scratch drive failed, I had not bothered to back anything up in weeks or months, and I'm very lucky that I didn't lose more. I was able to copy almost all of it off. I had the only copies of at least 6 rendered videos on there, among other things, so this really could have been a disaster. In the wake of this, I realized it was time to commit to a more serious, long-term solution. This gig I'm doing here, for better or for worse, is half my income and something I don't want to stop doing for the foreseeable future. I take this very seriously, but the way I've been handling my data is anything but. I mean, editing straight from my negatives? Am I out of my mind? Not running regular backups? What the hell am I doing over here? Come on, get with the program. It's time to do something about all this. And there are a lot of approaches, but I went with one that fits my idiosyncrasies. Some people might have solved this problem by building a NAS and setting up scheduled backups from their PC to the NAS. But I don't have the discipline for that either. See, I do many things on my PC. I play games and lots of stuff, and I have very poor sleep habits. So if I set up backups to run every day at midnight, well, they're going to start running while I'm still doing stuff, and I'm going to cancel them so it doesn't interfere with my wasting of time at 1 in the morning. I can set them to run at 3 a.m., but then they'll still be running when I come in the morning, and I'll cancel them then instead. So by the time something fails, I will discover that I have canceled the last 2 months worth of backups. Now, there are other concerns here, increasingly nitpicky, honestly, but in short, I decided that I can't get myself to trust myself or any solution that involves my main PC. I know for sure that my discipline is not going to improve. I need something that I know I can wrangle, and something that isn't intimately connected to my personal computer. I need something independent and automatable. I'd also like to start putting my data on some mirror disks, particularly the scratch drive, so that if one disk fails, even if the backups are working, it just hasn't run yet, I won't instantly lose everything. Now, you can mirror disks under Windows, but I have no idea if I can trust that. I've never known anyone who did it. And I'd expect it to make diagnostics even harder than they already are, and whether any of that's true doesn't matter. I don't have the time to learn any of it right now. I'd much rather just stick with what I have experience with, and that happens to be Linux and ZFS. Some people will probably disapprove of those choices for a multitude of reasons, but like I said, it's what I know, so it's what I'm using. Not up for debate. I've already built it. I'm not changing it. I'm just going to explain what I'm doing and why. These reasons apply to me, maybe not you. Do better. This is the new server. I've named it VTR for videotape recorder because it's where the video lives. This isn't the new server. We'll talk about that later. This is a PowerEdge R720 XD, which a tremendous number of viewers will recognize because it's one of the most popular machines for home lab use in history. And it's quite a history too. This machine is from 2013. Despite its age, it's still very capable. It sports a pair of 8-core Xeons, which you can upgrade to slightly newer models that use about 30% power and have 2 extra cores apiece, which I will be doing at some point. It has a tremendous capacity for RAM. I got mine with only 32 gigs. Only, but you can push it to the absolutely absurd limit of 1.5.
I'm back. When she nut, but she keep nutting, and you keep nutting, and she keeps soaking, and when you nutting, when you nutting, when you are nutting, you are nutting, yes. You are nutting, 2 plus you count on me, and this still not fucking work. What if with WebGL, it was the problem, but probably not it. You do the disable bot, and you enable bot, and they still don't do shit. Hey.
When you nut and she keep yawa.
Oh. When she keep yawa. So not yet, but I do have to go later. But for now, I'm chilling. Oh, I was waiting for Adam, but then the curse of forgetting to do that thing. Yeah, I do that too. Yo, chess.com looks really cool with Dark Reader on. Is that new? It's not really dark reading very well. But... Yay, new friend, love you. Oh,
I
puppy.
one. Hey, when you're not in she keep form.
She can't form. This is very productive. This bot's getting on my nerves. Is it okay if I call you Martin? That's the only name I know. No matter what happens, remember, I love you. Like, that's really sweet. But also, stop. You're creeping me out. Germa joke client. NPM. Yeah, why not? Oh, this is for the fucking site. Oh, this is for the site itself. For the Germa joke client. Germa sites. Germa IO plugins. Our pages. This is like just for Germa though. They've recreated Germa chat with AI. Jesus.
Brown was planet vessels. The one regional man sold on a straddle gray out per yes. Really well. They are no normal doing. Feep. I earned a sign was told prayer.
I think it does. Maybe. I'm not sure. Seemed a lot slower, yeah. Get your local weather Germa style? Huh? Dude, it's 1:40 p.m. It's daytime. What are you talking about? Nice, I guess. Other fun projects. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I know I could brush up on a little bit of C# and maybe do it myself. Yes. I know this. And being aware of this, I still am like, there's got to be something that someone has made that would save me that time. Because I'm probably just not looking hard enough, I feel like. Joke economy Twitch bot plugin GitHub. Open Source Friday. Create a GitHub chatbot for your Twitch channel. -2 +2.
Oh
my god. Holy shit, Adam. Dude, it's crazy when you feed him Zalgo. Twitch chat +2 -2 plugin. No. Okay. How to search Where is search button? Goddamn. Oh. Yeah, might have to just type something up myself.
Oh, I you are the one and my own damn day and wire. I went tired and on the sword wearing on my own wire. That's dark away.
That thought of why. Can't be too hard because I mean, like, one of the main primary functions of a Twitch bot is to look for incoming chat messages. It's just like, oh dude, the tracking the tracking the plus Yeah. Yeah, like what you said, like exactly. Let's see. Thank you. Completely forgot what I was saying. Where do I wonder if there's like a GitHub for this thing that I'm trying to get working and it's not working. I'm for sure off my meds today, if you couldn't tell. Like legitimately, I'm not on my stimulants. This should be able to open a file, increment a number, and then close the file when it sees a +2. Yeah, and decrement if it sees a -2, right? And then we could probably... What? You could just fucking feed that into, like, GNU plot, right? Or something? I mean, it's probably not the most, like, pretty way to do it, but you could probably make it pretty. But hey, it would be my first time using C# and actually applying it, so that would be cool. And, I could forego the whole, displaying it on a website, for now, and just have it. Oh, you want to grab it? Graph it, just new line. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Right, because yeah, time keeps ticking with stocks. Right. Yeah, because I want it to be like I want it to act like a stock market, quote unquote, or a stock, quote unquote. But now I'm just now I'm just having fun. Advanced stream markers. Trigger a stream marker that adds a Twitch VOD, but also adds to Twitch VOD, but also a text file showing timestamps, duration, title, and description. That's nice. I might get that. Actually, bring that one back. Pin that one. Close that one. This looks cool. Pin that. This looks insane. Pin that. Close that. The starting soon, that's pretty cool. That actually looks kind of nice. You use triggers, Twitch, chat. Okay, yeah. Got you. Well, I ought to sign up to this thing. Sign up to this thing. Oops. Wait, hold on. Okay, I have the stream markers pinned. Okay. Let me just shine up right here. Let me just... I guess I signed in with my Discord? Wait, what? Oh. Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, seems fine. I downloaded this once, but didn't really use it since I effectively don't stream. Well, knowing both of our personalities, yeah, I have a bunch of software unrelated to anything I do. But, like, I don't know, I gotta mess around with it. You learn so much that you can apply to other stuff when you do that. It's good. Okay. Sign up. Sorry I'm clearing my throat a lot. And I'm in. How does he do it?
I symbol 307, symbol 336, symbol 339, letter 1E6F, symbol 335, symbol 342 is at latitude hat buns, symbol 335, symbol 333, symbol 30BW, symbol 334, symbol 350, symbol 357, letter 1EC9, symbol 337, tilde T, symbol 336, symbol 347, symbol 311H, symbol 334, symbol 30D, symbol 35E, Frey, and Sulfur. Symbol 337, symbol 338, symbol 313H, symbol 338, symbol 355,
Dude,
symbol
Trump
315, letter 1EBB, symbol 33.
He's not done. Yeah, he took a fucking he took a little break. He took a little I found a furry. Hi, I didn't take my meds today. He's such a Russian asset. Dude, I think about it all the time, dude. I think about it all the time. I'm like, dude, he's totally just selling out this fucking country to the goddamn Russians, dude. He totally is. Like, oh my god. There's friggin'... Yeah. We're gonna throw such a party when he dies. I'm gonna come. Yes, dude. Yes. Anything for $1. No, literally. Jesus fucking Christ. I just wish he'd stop tanking the fucking market, dude. God, fucking Republicans ruining the economy. Everything. Exactly, Adam. Yeah, man. Exactly. That's what I've been saying. Like, personally, I'm just a Spanish star. If I had to say something of Spanish, you know, the Spanish star. Back to lurking. Love you. Mwah. Hey, love you too, Poombuder. Thank you for the lurk. But this is why I did a gasp earlier.
I'll
vote for that. Oh wow, yeah, that isn't tired. No, but this is just an idea for an extension. But this is why I did a little gasp. a moment ago, automatically post a blue sky when going live. I'm going to vote for that. This will randomly pull stream reviews for the game that you're playing from Steam. That's pretty cool. Interesting. Yeah, if you could limit it to just funny reviews. Yeah, but only funny reviews. Did not set any hard-coded limitations. I'm out. Then get Adam to read them every 30 minutes. Oh, that would be really good. Oh, yeah. Okay, so did I ever download this? StreamerBot, yes. Grazie. Extract. Put in folder. Put in folder. Open folder. I don't know why that one was so violent. Folder. Open. I'm opening up Windows Explorer. It's heinously slow. I have so many hard drives connected to this thing. Oh no, it extracted everywhere. It didn't go in a folder. God damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Alright. Streamer.bot. So there's StreamBot and SpeakerBot. What's SpeakerBot? I have to check that out. I'm learning so much. Wow. I am really a furry. Twitch follow age? Wait, can you block, like actually block people? No. Okay, I didn't mean to click on his profile. So these are latest topics. I need to go to like extensions proper. Interesting. Oh, okay, yeah. StreamerBot. User information not connected. Okay. Settings. No. Servers and clients. Auto start WebSocket server. Start server. Okay, WebSocket server settings. That's not my server port. It's not my server. There.
You nut, but she's still WebSocket.
Fuck. Show connection info. Oh, it said, hey, it looks like you don't know what you're doing. Okay. It said, go over to the OBS tab. Girl, I don't see one. I'm gonna be real with you, girl. Oh, that's a WebSocket server. I need a WebSocket client. No? You mean an OBS tab? Girl? Broadcaster account. Stream apps. OBS. Yes. It says it's connected, but is it really? Excuse me. Oh man, I got a lot of stuff to connect it to. Cool. I'm fine with this. I will put on a video. However. When she suck and you keep...
Terabytes if you can find the right stuff. Which isn't as unrealistic as it sounds, since thousands of these servers have been cycled out of businesses, and you can often get DDR3 ECC for the price of water. There's also gobs of PCI Express connectivity, a total of
put
40
it on
lanes
Stream
of 3.0
Elements.
spread across 6 slots internally, and of course the 12-bay disk array on the front supports SATA 3 at a theoretical max of 6 gigabits of throughput. I don't know whether that's per drive or across the board, but I'm guessing it's closer to the former.
Streamer bot website.
Just about the only thing
okay.
this doesn't have is USB 3, but that's
I'm just going to
manageable.
connect it to
Putting its age aside,
everything.
it is an extremely capable machine. I would like to pause for a moment, though. Before I go much further, I should mention that if this looks or sounds cool or fun, and you're thinking, I should get one of these,
Money.
I don't think you should. I'm completely disillusioned on the subject of servers. I used to think they were rad. Now I think they're super boring. I don't recommend you pursue this sort of thing for kicks. Owning and using these is a pain in the ass, and you should do it only if you need to, because they are miserable hunks of heavy steel that eat power and demand too much care and feeding. This one, for instance, is rack-based. You
Add
really
OBS
don't
connection.
want to own a rack
Okay.
server unless you have a rack. There's no way to make it a pleasant
Yeah,
experience.
OBS. Name
Server
is
racks
OBS.
themselves are also very miserable to work with, not nearly as convenient as they look once they're all set up. They're meant to be assembled by a technician who's getting paid to do it and then ignored for years. And that's never going to happen in your apartment. You're going to need to dick with the thing from time to time, and it's a huge pain to get to a machine in a rack. I've owned at least 4
Status
different
is
racks,
disconnected.
and I've regretted every one. Now,
Understood.
you can get basically identical hardware in a tower form factor, so you don't need the rack. But they're still
connect.
big, heavy machines
Connecting.
that would barely fit on this table. And I
Disconnected.
also don't think they can offer the
Let's
same
see.
drive capacities, so it's kind of even
WebSocket
less
server
worth it
settings.
unless you're really convinced that whatever you're doing demands
Enable web.
this
It
great
wasn't
of
even
hardware.
enabled.
And, of course, servers are
Yep.
loud as hell.
System tray alerts. Why not?
Just about any server at some point in its life is going to make an enormous amount of noise. Certainly when you first turn it on, and older ones or high performance models might not ever stop screaming. I pop the lid off because that interferes with the airflow and tells it to put the fans on max to compensate.
Listen to that
but
baby
at some
purr.
point, while you own one of these things, it's probably going to get this loud, and you won't be able to get it to stop being this loud. As you can hear, it is intolerable, like being next to a jet engine starting up. But to be fair, these days, that is usually just when the machine is powering up. Servers made in the modern era are designed to save money on
This is why my
cooling by
shitty server is in an
managing fans.
ATX case.
So,
This is why my even
the lid
shittiest,
on,
shittier server is a
we
ThinkPad.
will turn the fans down to a far more manageable level. Bud, what are you doing? Bud, nothing's happening. Calm down.
That'll do.
Oh,
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey,
In fact, once this machine boots
8
all the way
gigabytes
up,
of RAM.
the fans will
Hey.
calm down quite a bit. And there's a tower version.
Quad
that
core
I almost
CPU,
bought instead,
hey.
that was actually dead silent.
It's
at
not
all.
bad.
It would be comfortable to
It's
have
not
in
bad.
a bedroom.
It's
if it
running
came
just
to it.
Proxmox free.
But when you put a machine like this under load, it's going
Does
to ramp
fine.
those fans up, and they produce
Don't
a really
expect it to be
unpleasant kind of
fast.
howling noise that you don't
But
want to
expect to
live with.
back up stuff
Unless
to
you
it
have
overnight.
something like a basement where you can
Don't
stick it
move,
in a
copy.
corner where
It's
nobody
definitely a
will be able
don't
to
move,
hear it.
copy over
These things
sort
are
of
just
drive.
annoying. Now, I went with this machine because I do have a spot in the basement to stick it where the noise won't bother me. So this
Yeah.
worked out.
3 easy
But,
stores on that
caveats
with
aside,
ZFS.
What are we actually doing with this machine? What does this get me? Well, there's nothing really special about the system itself as far as the basic
Now I log
goals are
into
concerned.
Twitch
I could have
with
used
this,
a
yes.
5-year-old
Yes.
desktop PC. Servers do have some very neat management and hardware features, but for the stuff I'm doing, it's mostly just a big, loud computer. It'll run any standard operating system. In my case, I put Ubuntu Server 22 on it. It's not doing anything particularly unique. I haven't installed any special hardware or software. It's just a bog standard server OS with a copy of
You
Samba.
say that, but I
That's
know
the
you
Linux
taught
program
it
that
to
lets you
suck your
share
dick.
files with Windows systems, because this will ultimately be pretty much a file server. Most of what will
I
make
just
this
know you
special,
did.
is just how I'm going to use its storage capacity. But there are a few features that running this on Linux is going to enable. I'll explain why this guy is here in a little bit. First, let's take a look at what we actually have in this machine. The first two bays have these crucial BX500 SSDs that a viewer got to help me out when my last
Bell
scratch
and
drive
Ann
died.
screen.
They're both 2 terabytes,
Yeah?
and together in a mirrored pair, they will be the new scratch disk. Mirroring means that both drives have the exact same data. If one of them fails, and I haven't backed up, I'll have an opportunity to recover. The other drive should still be intact. In the next 2 bays,
Tubey.
I have a pair of Samsung 870 EVOs. These are also 2 terabytes apiece, and I'm going to
Mine's
store
a
my
Gold
raw
Mont
footage on
CPU,
them,
4
so I won't be
dreadful
working
cores, but
directly
16
off the
gigabytes of RAM and
originals.
60
So basically,
ish
when I bring my
terabytes
footage
of drives,
home, I'm going to
runs
plug
Plex
these
and
into
a
my
bunch of
computer,
Dockers just
copy
fine.
all
Nice.
the contents onto these drives.
That's lovely.
And then the T5s will effectively become the backups. I'll unplug them, and then if something happens to these drives,
Connecting your
my
broadcaster
computer,
account is a must in
I'll
order to
be able
receive
recover all
specific
my
events
footage
and query
off of them.
certain
The
API
2
endpoints.
Samsungs are just normal.
Connecting a bot will let you direct messages and whispers through this account. Okay, so I don't need the bot account. Okay. Interesting. So OBS is connected with it. The StreamerBot website is connected. Okay, okay. Yo, it's got MIDI in and out. That's dope. That's great. Okay, so you triggers Twitch chat. Okay. Da, da. Aha, well, plus button. Okay, okay. I'm figuring it out. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's even a chat window. Huh? Okay. Interesting. So the chat window was the only reason I used it, was to track users. Yeah. Yeah. It seems good for that. Aha. Okay. Now it's popping up the thing now that I made an action. Chat. Aha. Hmm. This is interesting. Okay. So I'm looking at the actions and sub actions. So I've got the actual trigger for it. Type is a chat message. But it's not letting me change its criteria. Set action queue, run action. Get command group state. So I should look in Twitch. I'm not seeing anything for, like, reading the chat. At least not yet. Let's see. Get chat messages streamer.bot. Speakerbot speak. Interesting. Multi-stream support, that's cool. Open the command window. Wait. Create a simple counter to count up or down. Here we go. Something like this. Okay, there he goes. Create command. Aha! Let me show you. Let me show you. Yes, shoot. If it'll let me. Hold up. So add a command. A name. Put each command location, start, exact, or anywhere. Put each command prefix on its own line. Okay. Hold on. Commands. Oh. So let's just start with the +2. Put each command prefix on its own line, but they don't show that in the... Because I would think if it was like, if you wanted to see who's following or something, you would type like, if that's what they're saying, put it on its own line. But no, what they meant was this. Which, I mean, that's just the whole command. Whatever. Group joke economy. Ignore bot accounts, ignore internal messages. Persist counter? What does that mean? Persist the data for this command across recent. Yeah. Per user counter. Yeah, sure. It'll be like their account holdings, right? Or something. Global variables handy. Do they have tooltips? No. I have the manual pulled up on this side, the actual documentation. They have screenshots and stuff, like, it's pretty well laid out. Wait, what? Group permit? Everyone can do it. Wait, what? Hold up, what? Okay. If the allowed or denied fields are left empty, the permission will apply to everyone. If the grant type is allow with an empty allowed field, this will allow all users access. Okay, good. Okay, so we did that. +2. Okay, whatever you want to call it. All right, let me go back to my example I was looking at. creating the global variable. Now we create our actual global variable. Okay, core. The global set sub action. Core globals. Let's see, global set. Choose increment. Increments global variable by the amount specified. If empty or invalid, defaults to 1. Okay. So we still want to just increment it by 1, and then we'll times it by 2 later. Because each quote-unquote share is a plus 2. Let's see. Variable name. Let's see. Joke share counter. Bring the global variable into action. We need to create a global getter since we have a setter. Yep. Alright, go to sub actions. Go to core, go to globals, go get a getter. Variable name, joke share counter. Destination variable, joke share counter. This object-oriented programming makes so much sense. And default value is 0. Actually, it should start at 1 because I think I'm funny. I'm just kidding. Start at 0. Alright. It's a different variable, actually, even though it has the same name. Great. Yeah, that's a great programming practice. Yeah, do that. This is technically redundant. Okay, whatever. Okay. So, to decrement, second action and choose edit this and call it plus 2 underscore action. Duplicate, edit, -2 action. Go here, and this happens, decrement it. And it'll only give it that default value if it's not found. So that's good. Change the criteria to -2 for this one. Economy, that. Alright. I'm gonna save my progress. Add these to the joke economy group. And since it has a global variable, I could just have it wipe out a file. No, we want to graph it still. So WebSockets let you talk to Twitch via OBS, no need for a bot. Yes, because the talking through Twitch, it's doing it by connecting to my Twitch account. Like, it asks for authentication for permissions from ChewDog. Not like ChewDog bot or something, but like, which it does have an option though for you to use a bot account if you'd rather do that. But I don't. There's basically no difference to me. It's for like if you already had a bot, you had like a bunch of control over, I think, or an account made for it. Okay. So that one increments, that one decrements. Perfect. So after it does that, and it gets that, we go to core. And we'd go to file IO. Man, I'm fucking snacking. So, graphic. Oh, graphing. You could just append new line timestamp 1 to a file on the one to a file whenever it's incremented, or a +2. And the opposite for -2. Or even just timestamp global variable. Yeah. Gotcha. I don't know if this thing has a thing where it can write a timestamp out. Hold on. They do have a miscellaneous thing in the core actions that's just called log action. So I'm wondering, you know. But they don't have any. I'm gonna need to make like another timestamp variable of some kind. Unless that is their timestamp variable, but I'm not seeing that. There's got to be a way to do that. Look up like timestamp. Let's StreamerBot has a built-in quote system. It allows to add, display, and delete quotes. Nah. That's gonna run out of space or something, you know. That's gonna be for like really funny shit that people say every once in a while. Timed actions. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. If there's no way for me to interface with an actual timing mechanism that keeps track of real life actual time, we're gonna end up with a Chew Dog epoch time, y'all. And I'd really actually, as cool as that sounds, I'd like to avoid this. Formatting date and time. Oh, I think I found it. Time can be formatted in short notation using AM/PM using the following. Okay. Standard date and time format streams from Microsoft.net. Like .net. Like, you know, like .net. Right, because it's C#. Right. Oh, hey. What's up? What up? What up? Oh, shit. Unix time. Yeah? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Hold on. You right. Hold up. We just had a brain-to-brain connection. Yes. From across the fucking Atlantic Ocean. Hell yes. Now I just gotta figure out how to, like... I'm not used to this interface. Let me, I think I can pretty safely stream it. Let me do that. It's just freaking huge.
Very large brains.
Huge brains, yes, the best brains. Okay, so we increment it by 1. Right. And then file IO, write to file. Okay, file to write to. Yeah, streamer.bot. Joke economy dot we could just make it a .dat file, right? They're not like, they don't, what is a .dat file? Does that really even fucking mean anything? Generic data file. Oh, it means just data. Oh. No wonder I've seen them fucking everywhere and also have been told to write my own DAT files. That's where all my data goes. Alright. The joke economy.dat. Local share. I'll put it there. Append to the file. Unix time.
I throw all my .dat files in the .bin file.
.shit file. Unix time. And then comma separate it. And then joke share counter. Put that below the getter, I would assume. and both of them are pending. I guess it's... hold on. Okay. Is it going? I did put a 2-second delay on it as a kind of a joke. And a bit of a real limit. Because there's no way I could make two bad or too funny jokes that quickly. But I am pretty bad, so maybe faster. Or maybe slightly, you know. Oh, the file has 73 bytes in it. Let's look at the bytes. Oh, sweet, dude. It works. It works! Hold on. There's the output. Woo! So this here would be -4. This here would be -6. This here would be -4. This would be -6. This would be -4. +2. This has been modified by another program. Would you like to reload this text file? Yes. It's working. It's working. Sweet. Sweet. Sweet, dude. Let's see. Livestock chart example code from CSV. Build a stock price dashboard with Streamlit, Python, and APIs. This is for real stocks. Are they called line charts? Yeah. Line chart from CSV. Oh, this is gonna look fucked up. It's not gonna know what Unix time is. Thinking. Like with GNU plot, I feel like I'm gonna have to like print out a fucking like report for everybody. Interactive input or script driven. Well, I was wrong. Oh my god, they're still working on GNU plot via SourceForge? No. This file never downloads. Yeah, right. I feel like there's something that could be used for this that is just unknown to me. convert Unix time or Unix time in GNU. It's from 1986, so it should be very unreasonable, right? Tell it the time format. +2. You are changing a file on my computer. Hey, I get enough viewers that they could fill up my my C drive. That'd be cool. Honestly, I'd call that a job well done. I'd say that's fucking awesome if that ever happened. And then I can just point it to another. +2, does it still work with text after? Oh, yeah. It works with text before. Okay. See. Sorry, this is getting covered up, actually. Hold on. Check that out. So. I would call this a legit working stream. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of get nitty gritty with it. It takes me a bit, but yeah. All you need to do is add 2 lines of code after the plot command. Got it. So, let me load up the Windows subsystem of Linux. I'm on the Windows right now, as you might be able to tell. Okay. I guess I need to write this script first. Let's pull cease open. It's loading up the virtual machine right now. Okay. Okay. I just ate 2 pancakes as it is Pancake Tuesday. Fuck yeah. Love it. Okay. Duplicate this window. See how well this works. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. Let's see. Oh, wow. Trippy. A little too trippy. Hold on. There we go. Large. One moment. Okay, let me move this over here. This here, make that large. They're both spinning. Spin! Spin! Okay. It's time to get super rich. Okay, so there. Set X range. 0 to 60. Set Y range 0 to 400. Just going off of this example I'm looking at. Plot. Count. See. Users. Chew. Local share, joke economy, .dat, I think is what I named it. Yeah. So plot that using 1:2 ratio with lines. We want this aligned graph. And then let's have it refresh every... I usually see stocks tick like 5 seconds, 4 seconds as a consumer investor. So I'll put like... we'll just put 1. We'll just reread it every second. Okay. And then now we need to set a time format. I think. C set time. Okay. Set time format. But how does it know? How does it know which column? Each set of non-blank characters in the time data counts as one column. Huh? What? What is it saying? Okay, well, they have a demo at least. See time column as well. Oh, okay. Let's do this first. Set format stream, we'll just do time since Linux epoch. Show time format? default format used to input time data. Good. Okay, it's not output. Good. Time functions, time column. ln gamma z return. That's not what I clicked. The hell? Did they get their docs messed up? Wait, what? Hey, I think they got their docs messed up. It's linking me to the wrong, I think. Yeah, no. They got it wrong. They actually have a wrong link on the GNU plot documentation. It's taking me to a page about the natural log of like the gamma delta. Not gamma delta, the gamma function. Let's look at the time demo then. God, this is such a good looking website. This is perfect. Oh, I love it. Yeah, this is it right here, just about. And it's saying the okay. Wow, that's really complicated already. Maybe we just run it. Wow, it's fucking nothing. It says reread is a deprecated command. Skipping data file with no valid points. Deprecated command. Now you gotta look that up. GNU plot deprecated reread. Reread deprecated. Use iterate. Okay. Reread command causes execution from the current GNU plot command file as specified by load command to immediately start again from the beginning of the file, and this essentially implements an instant loop of commands from the beginning of the command file to the reread command. Reread has no effect when reading interactively from standard in. This command is deprecated. See iterate, iteration. I don't want to have to iterate. Just do it for me, asshole. Can you tell I use Common Lisp a lot with my attitude? What do you mean I can't just loop? It's called loop. Make it loop. Do it. Do it, nerd. I'm trying to do science here. I don't have time for your computery bullshit. I got good hair, right? I'm just kidding, I don't. But man, John McCarthy, though. Wait, what was his name? Is that the Common Lisp guy? Common Lisp guy. I mean, Guy L. Steele Jr. is Lisp guy with the hair who came up with it. Yeah, John McCarthy. Yeah, crazy hair. Okay, well, let's get it working before it, before we try to get it to loot. We'll set these like low numbers. No? I guess you can't really see the graphs popping up on my screen, but they are blank, so they're not particularly very interesting. Maybe there's more like deprecated stuff going on. I'm being deprecated. Let's look at a more modern thing. This dude's a firm believer, dude. They just said they're a firm believer, dude. They're firm. Why are you using GNU plot through the script? Or through the REPL? Don't do that. Love yourself. Write it down. Bar chart presentation can be edited. We don't want that. A simple line chart. Set X data time. Set time format. It's just that. Okay. Did we set the Y? Do -50 to 50, I guess. With line title, Chew Dog joke economy. Okay. Still not working. Okay, let's take these out. Did we like maybe see it in Emacs? Yay, nay. Needful using spec for X time data. What? Homeboy, what does that supposed to mean? You gotta speak words at me. What? I'm just trying to get a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Set X data time. Man, that sucks. Thank you. Okay. Just a simple little thing. Yeah. With lines. With lines. Okay. 2 and a 4-column data file. Okay, start it. Okay, it was take it from top. Take it from top. Just plot that. Okay. Yeah. This is the start. now it's actually showing me stuff. If you look here. 1 second. If it will load. There we go. But those are just points, so. Okay, now we need lines with lines. Unblend buffer. Ah. Bada bing, bada boom. However, it's the wrong way around. Using 2 to 1. Unexpected token. Using 2 to 1 with lines. Apparently using is not a token, it actually knows. Using 1 to 2 WL also works, apparently. X range is invalid. Huh? X range is invalid. Huh? Oh, did I have an extra space? Uh-huh. No? Fucking 1 to 0? Hey! Hey! Alright. Yay, yay, yay! Pretty good. It's pretty good. Stonks are going up, baby. Although I can't really see the bottom of them. But we can work on that. Okay, next up, any cool GNU plot themes we can apply. Well, first let's do a title. Sweet. the Chew Dog joke economy index. Sweet. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on.
Have been jorking this economy. I give it a little kiss. Very strong.
I've been jorking my economy. Apparently we can get the output in a terminal. So, hold on. Yo. Yo. Check that out. Unix time to normal Unix time format GNU plot. If you change time format, then show the quantity again, it will be displayed in the new time format. Okay. Some Python tool I was looking at last year, just pretty graphs from your data, no idea what it's called. Yeah. I've been seeing some of those.
My Tennessee dishwasher has stopped working. Tennessee. Grab M by the Tennessee.
I'm sorry your Zanussi has stopped working.
The Zanussi. Yeah, he really grabbed her by the Zanussi, dude. He wanted to, and he did. What a freak. What a pervert, and that's illegal, also. Not for rich people, I guess.
Changed format. So set X data time. What does that do? X range is invalid. Okay. So set time format S. Okay. Set X data time. Aha. Okay. So then, wait, what if we put that first? Okay. Set set format X year, month, day. I know that's not how we do it in America, but that's how I prefer to do it. Year, day. I guess we also want seconds. No, wait. They're doing it a different way. Year, month, date. Wow. Okay, then this person had a way of kind of zooming out. I think. Set size 105. It's too dude. Okay, it's too much. Right. Okay, I remember how this works. Okay, maybe I know. What about this? Wide boy. What does a capital Y do? Not much. Looks like shit. We don't have enough data for the year to be included, honestly. There we go. It sure seems to think... I guess it gives off a different time zone? Or something? Maybe? Whoa! UTC is probably GMT. Yeah, you right. That weirdo's your president. It's wild. Yeah, it haunts me every fucking day. I think, wow, what horrible things is he supposedly doing in my name? Don't know how StreamerBot does its time. Oh, it's definitely UTC. Yeah, that just makes sense. So what would I want it at? Like the New York Stock Exchange? Something? How'd the New York Stock Exchange do it? They just show my time. I think. Wherever you're at in America or something. Yeah. But I'd probably base it on the New York Stock Exchange just because it's, you know, I'm here. Whether I like it or not, as we just discussed. Founded May 17th, 1792. Wow. Amazing. That's why I think of that. God damn. Hello. Welcome in. I'm getting sleepy. Understood. Understood. What are we doing today? Well, I'm working on a thing that graphs a joke economy, where we can see over a line chart exactly how funny I am, which will be amassed via the secondary shares. What class is this? Wait, did I miss history and science class? Fuck. Yeah. That's okay. I'll catch up. I'll let you. Yeah.
I'm Goering.
What do I own? I'd answer as at island.
Yes. Whoa! Did you see the stock change? Hold on. Wait, I gotta close the last one for it to update. I know you said you're going to bed. Hold on. Dude, look! You made it go up! Oh, it's all... I fucked up the formatting a little bit. But hey... Isn't that cool? It's doing something. I hope that you sleep well, Dr. Butt Doctor. He sounds so strange. Ooh. Holy dude, it's fucking going crazy. Look at this. Oh my god. my god! It's going up. It's going up, 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 up. Hey, good night, Dr. Butt Doctor. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for all your help and all your input. Always great chatting with you. And thank you for boosting the economy. Kettle corn. Very good. Very good. Kettled corn. Ooh. It's so illegible. I had it working okay earlier. Set X data time, set time format. It doesn't seem to actually be reinterpreting the... Oh, you think this is the week you get your job results? That's cool. Hell yeah. Line 0, the X range is invalid. What are they talking about? What are they talking about? Why are those times like overlaying on themselves at the bottom? It looks like shit! This graph looks like shit! You're fired! This dude's Microsoft Excel is fucked. Let's see. I'm looking at some examples. Yeah, basically, if you think what I said was not a funny joke, you can give a -2. And if you think it was funny, you give it a +2. Let's see. X range is invalid. Like hell it is. There's two streamers, Germo and Stir, and they had a stream where they played Kane and Lynch co-op multiplayer thing, and they had a timer that got extended or contracted versus depending on how many funny jokes they made. With it going up if they made a funny joke that the chat genuinely thought was funny. And this was being kept track of, but people kept doing it, and they ended up beating the game with barely like 30 seconds to spare, while making a bunch of bad jokes all along the way because they were under so much pressure. And people kept doing it after that stream, and then after that, and then after that, and then after that. Oh shit, we got a +2? Okay, let's reload the graph. It's giving me an error. Check. What's up, Sam? New plot. Yeah, it's just run buffer. New plot errors. Well, you know. Oh, there we go. Yo! Woke up from nap. How every pup? Doing good. The +2 went up, dude. The +2 is going up. Oh shit, we gotta reload again. Oh shit, it's going up, bro. It's going up, dude. Dude, you're gonna cause a bubble. I'm not being funny. Oh, it's going back down. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we need economic reality. It is decrementing whenever you do a -2, right? Gotta give it a bit. Maybe. Okay, there we go. See, it's facing volatility. You know, it is taking account time, but it's not like evenly doing it. Hold on. set format X Y what Y dash M HD. Keep that in there. Okay. Set X label sign. Set Y label. Volume. Or strike. More accurately. Or let's see. It was put price per share. Yeah. Set title Chew Dog. Google Economy Index. Skipping data file with no valid points. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Ba ba da ba. Boo 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 boo. Ba ba da ba. Ba da ba da ba. You ever just hit him with that? You know what I mean? Let me try this. No, still not working. I think it's not expecting commas. Okay, hold on. Have a think for that. Set data file separator. Hell yeah. Still looks really fucked. +2. Yes! That should still work. 2. That should still work. Yep, it worked. Yeah, it should work at the beginning, middle, end. Doesn't matter where. It looks for those characters next to each other. And also -2. Okay, set your x-axis ticks. Alright, set x ticks. Oh, rotate by -45 degrees. Set x ticks automatic spacing. And then use multi-line. Set, hold on, set x ticks format %y dash % lowercase m dash % lowercase d slash \n for a new line, And then we can do hours, minutes, seconds. Because why the hell not? It's pretty good. The time is still seems to be in like Greenwich Mean Time. How to apply the time zone offset. Interesting. Apparently, it is a like constant. Yeah. I think it's some sort of variable. Equals -5,600. That's not right. Oh, okay, hold on. It's not actually modifying it. Using... Oh, okay, I see. Instead of that, we do column 1 plus the offset. Oh. Column 1 plus the offset. Yep, okay. Now, so it shows 16:20, and that is 3:42 p.m. Let me reply to someone. Cool. EST if EST use -4 times 3600 instead. Can we theme it? Awa! Awa! I haven't thought about awa awa in a long time. +2. Thank you. Bada bing. And I can make it go like live. This graph is graphic. Yeah. Let me try something crazy. Look at this graph. Look at this graph. Every time a graph. Look at this graph. Okay. Lines. LCRGB. Line width 2. Idle stock price. This is probably gonna look like shit, but we'll see. Oh, that actually looks pretty nice. How you like that? Now it's the color of my editor. Hey, that's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Although the title didn't work. Oh, I forgot the little pound key. There we go. That's nice. What about the thing that says stock price? Hold on. I forget it there too. Okay, you can force it to match the line color with this hack. Okay, we're doing a hack. All right. So wrap this in brackets. Turn these to quotation marks. We do a / colon RGB. We put in the color we want. Let's leave the name there, I think. No. Oh, wait. Line style 1. Duplicated. Oh, I must have. They look kind of cool. It's not what I was going for, though. Line style one? No. No. That's line weight. Last one? No. Using offset with lines. Line style, or yeah, line style 1 title. It's still not working. I guess that's good enough. I wish that's cool. I wish the stock price color there. Wait, set key text color RGB FF6E. Hey, there we go. Okay. Now let's change any instances of FF6C6B to 98B65. Go. Let's see. Oh, perfect. Check this out. All right, so we can pick this out. No, we can't. Hold on. All right. Or we can actually. Hold on. Set style line 1 line color RGB 98BE65 line weight 2, then line 2 of the same line weight and all the other stuff, but we'll make it that red color. Then we replace column 2 instead of just using a raw column 2. What the fuck? Okay, I see what they're doing here. So if you divvy these up, okay. This is a cool example. Okay. So if the column number, or if the number, or if the value inside of column 2, which is the y values, which is the value of the stock, is either greater than or equal to 0, then let's see, let's see, so this will hide negative values for a green line. Okay. So column 2 lines, line style 1, then you can add a backslash there and continue it from here, and let's see. New line mark, then grab this here. That there. 1 plus offset column is, this one would be less than 0, right? Then hide or plot only negative values this time, right? Lines of a line style 2 with the same title, I guess. Is this gonna work? Okay. WLLS1 WSDT. 2 over 0? No. 1 over 0? What if we change this to 1? Yeah, it gets worse. 0 gets a little better. Greater than, less than, or equal to 0. Okay. That's kind of dumb. But check that out. Now you can see when it dips below 0. Check that out. Isn't that nifty? +2? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, baby. That's dope. So we can have P and L. Okay, set key. I like that gold color. Hold on. 51 AFEF. Why did it turn blue over there? If I'm not supposed to pet a bear, then why is it friend-shaped? I don't get it. Yeah. Don't get it. Okay, so you can set, you can go up here, oops, to the top. Do we have, set auto scale, set margin 1. Really what I meant. Auto scaling here. Set. That didn't really work either. Wait. I need to assign this file to a variable at some point. So get the stats from this file using, what are we, it's 1 to 2? No output to get those statistics, but that didn't work. Didn't work. Hold up. Add margin around a font for some breed. Yes. Set margin 0.1, 0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Set auto scale. Xfix set auto scale yfix. Maybe Maybe we change those to negatives. That's still not doing what I want it to do. What's up, Pedro? I'm making a joke economy right now. Your stream open while I look at cards. I called off work today to rest. Fair. That's good. Yeah, I'm kind of having to rest my leg. My leg hurt. Check your DMs. Okay. Give me a second. Good enough. Okay. But yeah, hopefully.
I am smoking in my playroom.
I'm gonna try to have it like live update. Okay, it's not too hard. So do for I equals 1,000. Odds 5, 3 flat. I wonder if this works. Oh my god! Holy shit! It works! Yo! Yo! This is dope, dude. Here, I'll full screen. See a little better. Nice, dude. Holy. We did it! Yep. On the up and up, baby. The joke economy is strong. That's too cool. That's too fucking cool, dude. Started from nothing today with us. Overdue meltdown? God damn it! Overdue meltdown. Yeah, they can't handle our strong economy. I can't do it. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe I got this working. So put this, hold on. I'll put this in the background. Maybe we have it like low opacity over the stream at some point. I just saw it tick up on my other monitor. That's so fun, dude. Graphs, dude. Graphs, dude. It's live updating. I'll have it down here. You can see how the joke economy is doing at any given point in time. Thanks, that's what I need, a joke stonks. Yeah. It's just a text file.
Who else up smoking in the playroom?
He sounded like he's coughing. My God. Ba-dum. Ba-dum bop. The ever-growing expansion of the American industrial sector. Holy, I'm spacing out.
Maybe you can be smoking up in the playroom.
It's too late. I've already hotboxed the playroom.
Oh no, baby.
The president of Chase National Bank, Wiggin, said at the time, Beeb? He said at the time, we are reaping the natural fruit of our orgy of speculation in which millions have luxuriously indulged. It was inevitable. We were in an orgy. Orgy.
You've gotta open the windows, please help me, baby.
No, I'm too small and intoxicated from the smoking.
You're so useless, baby.
You're so useless, baby. This poor baby. Yeah, I had a feeling that yesterday was a record-breaking point drop. I see it now here listed on the Wikipedia. It's the yesterday there's the 17th largest in history intraday point drop on the stock market. Yeah. I thought it was pretty bad. I thought it was pretty bad yesterday. And I was right. Sam, I know you want to draw eventually. But I'm not gonna let you do it. I got your hopes up though. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Probably in a bit. Because I do need to go to the. I know I got groceries, so I gotta go to a different store that doesn't have that. Yeah, take your time. I don't care. Okay. Yeah, I'm taking it easy. I'm having one of them chill streams today. Just been messing with stuff. Just been like doing stuff. You're doing elderly dog things right now? Tell Casey I said hi. Holy fuck, dude. Live updating humor stock. He sniff. Good boy. Oh my god, okay. He sneef. I'm gonna go take a piece. I'll be right back. Yum. back. I'm looking around my room. Okay, it's time for me to transition. I'm gonna transition. I'm announcing it. I'm gonna transition from Tylenol to Aleve for my hip pain.
Now, back in my day, we had to wait for the state to provide deer antlers that we could use as medicine. My day was in North Korea yesterday, where they still use deer antlers for medicine. But hey, what do I know? I heard they're pretty juicy. Get it? You want more jokes? You want more jokes? There's a demand for more jokes.
Chat, I need to go to the weed store eventually. Thank you for the +2. Thank you. Yeah, I believe there is a demand. Thank you. Yeah, we're hyping up. And much like, here's the thing. As funny as the Germa joke stock concept is, stocks are obviously about raising investment for a company. So it's like, I don't know, the fact that it's like just jokes is funny. Don't mind us do that. Oh, no. That wasn't funny. Don't analyze the jokes. Not funny. Not funny. Just kidding. I meant to do that. Just kidding. Okay, I gotta sit down somewhere. I like, you know. I like getting around, walking around. And then I like sprained my hip or like my groin or something. Shit hurts. So I gotta just sit. But I do have to go to the weed store eventually. I don't have to. I just want to. Oi, oi, oi. 07? Yeah, I think I'm gonna hand it over to Sam. Whenever he is ready. Take your time getting ready. And all. But whenever you are, I think I will hand it over to you. Because I do have to go move my hip around one more time. But feel free to say no if you have something else in mind. Your life? Cool. What is it? I might hop in. Draw something with you. But yeah, I'm gonna raid your stream. It's probably just me and you here. But if not, I'm doing it anyway so that Twitch stops bugging me to raid people. Yeah, 2 viewers, 4 viewers. Oh shit. Hey, thanks for y'all for watching. Dr. Butt, Dr. Oh shit.
I'm a stormtrooper.
Damn right you are. Hey, thanks everybody for tuning in. We're gonna go raid Sam. Might catch you later tonight. We'll see. And yeah, catch y'all later. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Here we go.